Good morning, traders. Today is Friday, July 9th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. Okay, so what are we looking at here in the market? Well, we had somewhat of a balancing area that we created, earlier on in the week when we pushed higher and kind of bounced around in this range. So we're going to consider it a balancing area. It's a messy balancing area. Hard to read, but we will consider it as such. So let me just grab the pen tool here real quick and draw it out for you. So it would basically look something like this right here. Okay, would be the balancing area. So you had a look below and fail that pushed up to the opposite end of balance. You then had a look above and fail, which pushed to the opposite end of balance. You then had a look below and fail that's now pushing higher. Okay? So just in the fact of this balancing area being what it is, it increases the odds, not immediately this morning, but that at some point we push our way up to the opposite end of balance. Okay? That's just, it's something that happens with markets regularly, so I'm keeping my eye on that. Overnight inventory is net, is net long. Okay, or I would say a little more net long than net short. So if there's going to be any kind of counter auction, you would expect it to be to the downside. Okay, we're also going to gap higher this morning. We're going to open with a gap because the market is opening higher than yesterday's high. So the gap rules will be in play. Gap rules tell us if the market tries to fill the gap, if it tries to pull down to yesterday's high and it can't get down there, it finds support before it gets to that high, or it pulls down to the high and finds support at it, that is a gap and go scenario. So you'd want to go long with that trade. If it pulls down to the top of yesterday's high, which is at around 4332, if it gets to that high and it finds support in there, then that is a good trade long. But if it does not, that is a good trade short for a look above and fail of yesterday's range. Okay? So if the market can't find support at yesterday's high, you look to go short and start looking for support lower. Overall, the way I felt about yesterday at the close of the day was that this market was ready to push higher moving forward, because this sell-off in the overnight could have very, very easily, with all this weakness that we've left below us in the profile here, yes, the night before last, the sell-off could have easily caused yesterday the market to massively sell off. But instead, what it did was it basically just rotated, right? It had it was a huge range, but it was really just a giant rotational day, right? We opened down here, we rotated up, we rotated back down, found support, rotated up, found resistance, rotated back down, and just bounced around until the close. Okay, so that's just a sign of rotation, and rotation is a sign of the market accepting a move. So that would mean the market was accepting the pull down to here, but didn't need to go any further. Okay, so that kind of set us up to push higher. So first thing this morning, the first thing I'm watching is that gap. Can that gap fill? If not, where does it find support? So the gap is going to be these two green arrows that you see here. Okay, so the market is open, and so far we're getting a push down. That's the counter auction to the overnight inventory. Okay, internals opening bullish, but that's to be expected with a gap up. We'll give them a little, like a half an hour to kind of settle in. Okay, so far, it's looking like a gap and go. It's good taper on the low, but I'd like to see more than 28 contracts at the low. Doesn't mean the market has to come back down there. Good morning to Bull Bear Rider. Good to see you, brother. Welcome. Arcaleon is here. Good to see you. Jose, welcome. Philip is here. Good morning. Design Knob, good to see you as well. Nick back with us. Welcome, brother. Arcaleon, next up, look sideways and fail. Normal, good morning to you. Design Knob. Look at the market doing the YMCA. It's been crazy. It's been crazy. Good morning, Nor. Auto Trading. Good to see you, brother. Welcome. Pavel is here. Good morning to you. Mudra. Good morning to you. Donkey in the house. Eeyore. Okay, so far it's looking like a gap and go. Pushed a little higher, found some resistance, pulled back down to that halfback, found some support. That's bullish. So far, it's a little early, but looks good. If we can get above this overnight high, I think we can start targeting these nodes of volume for resistance here. Donkey, you're probably the only one who laughed out loud. Everybody else went, what just happened? Why do our ears bleed? The Bob Ross. Mizu, you just haven't been here long enough to hear my singing. Your opinion will change shortly. Okay, passing back through that opening price means we're probably going to have to take another stab at the gap. Donkey's calling early rotation. I think if it's going to happen, we'll probably go up and tag, these highs over here first before we go rotational, just with those balance rules being in play. Good morning, Rob. Good to see you. Welcome. Yes, please smash that like button. Statistics show smashing the like button brings you more money throughout the day. It makes it easier to analyze the market and understand what the participants are trying to do. It's just science. Don't ask me to explain it. Just hit that thumbs up and watch it work its magic. Good morning, Philip. Good to see you. Shubho Deep in the house. We are at 334 somehow, if you recall. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. Did you make a comment that we would be coming back to 4334 that I just don't remember? Oh, okay. Oh, was that the guess that you made in the M period? That's right. Now I remember. Good call. You nailed it. You were a little early, but you were right. All right, guys. Well, once again, it's a gap and go at the moment. We've got some good support here now. If the market pulls back, it should hold support around this opening price. If it doesn't, then I'd be looking for the gap fill. But if we can get up above this overnight high, that would be bullish to start targeting resistance above. So that would probably be this little node of resistance right up in here. Or maybe a little bit below it. We spent some time around here in the overnight. We might get some resistance in there around that POC. Okay, so anywhere between like 43.40 and 43.50. So 40 to 43, somewhere in that range. Okay, so once again on a pullback here, we got to pull back down to backfill some of this low volume, but look for support in this node that we created just above the opening price, or at the top right here at the halfback. Anywhere in here we could find support for another push. Correct. Correct. Donkey 42 looks good. That's where you got this node of volume here. And then just a little bit above that, the next node, that's sort of the really strong resistance right there, because that's going to be the high of that balancing area. So a break out of that balance would be very bullish, but a look above that level and a pull back down would be bearish. So looking for resistance at 42 and then really strong resistance around 46. Okay, internal starting to pull back a little bit, but they all remain bullish at the moment. I'm really not loving these levels back here with the super low volume. You could leave that behind if there was a lot of momentum in the market, if there was a lot of excitement. But we're not quite getting that sort of enthusiasm, so we may need to come back, fill these before we push higher. Good morning, Arthur. Good to see you. Welcome. Arthur, feeling bullish early? Yes, sir. I feel what the market generated information makes me feel. You know, we got lots of stuff to be bullish about in this market. We got ourselves a balancing area here. And often if we look below a balancing area and we fail, we push up to the opposite end of the balance. As you can see here, we failed below it a few days ago, pushed up to the opposite end. Okay. And then we failed by going above it and pulling back in. We traded to the opposite end. Do you see that? That's what happens in balancing areas. So you get excess, the market pushes higher. Then you get a balancing area where it bounces around and then it breaks out either to the upside or the downside, right? So the market tried to break out to the upside. It failed. So it pulled back down, tried to break out to the downside. It failed. So now odds are, what's it going to try to do next? It's going to try to break out on the upside again. If going down didn't work, it tried up. If going up didn't work, it tried down. But down didn't work. So now what's it going to do? It's going to try up again. Market going to do what the market going to do. Okay, we're starting to push up into some of this resistance from the node of time. It's not very strong, this resistance. We should be able to poke right through that. Stronger resistance will be in this node from the regular trading hours. Uh, 43.55. Your calls are at 43.55. Well, if they expire today, I don't know how long they're for. If they expire today, I'd keep a close eye on those because once we get to the upper end of that balancing area, we're likely to find some resistance. That's how we got a balancing area, right? The market found resistance over and over and over again right at this same area. So we're likely to find resistance there again today. So if we can't get above that, yeah, they expired today. If they can't get above that, you may want to take profits up here. Because we could rotate, right? If it gets up to there and we find resistance and we can't break through it, we'll go rotational and we'll just bounce around all day. And you'll be losing money because of the time decay. But of course, I'm not a financial advisor. Trade how you want. But I would also just say certainly wait to see. Because if we break through this resistance and we continue to the upside, that's a breakout of a balancing area, which is very bullish. And we could get a good push higher towards the end of the day. So definitely wait to make sure we can't break through that first. All right. Well, the market is pushing up into that resistance. Let's see what happens when we get up into here. Again, if it does cause some serious resistance and we need to pull back, I think we got support in this node down here or at the half back just above. Got 91 people here, 36 likes. Surely more than 36 if you think I'm an okay guy. Want to give me that thumbs up? I tell you what, if you can get it to 70, if we can get 70 of the participants in the chat to give me that thumbs up today, I'll stay on the stream all day. You guys can have me till closing bell, but you got to earn it by pushing that like. Thank you guys. Appreciate those likes. just writing it in the comment box. We'll count that as an extra one. For sure. Shubho Deep thinks we're getting that all-time high today. It's very possible. It's definitely within range. So I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen today. This isn't me making a prediction for the future, but just to make you guys aware, there is a scenario where you get a day like today where the market is set up to be bullish because of the balancing area. You get the gap and go. Okay, we're now one time framing higher. So you've got value is higher than yesterday. That's bullish. You got the gap and go. That's bullish. You got the one time framing higher. That's bullish. So there are certain days where all of these things start to stack up. If you also get an advancers versus decliners that stays pegged up here at these higher prices, meaning it just sort of stays almost like a flat line all day, those are often days where you can buy every dip, where you just buy the dip, sell the rally, buy the dip, sell the rally all day long, like clockwork. So I'm not predicting that that's what's going to happen today. I'm just letting you know if this stays pegged up here, that will be what I'll do today. Buy every dip, sell every rally. Okay, we just pushed through this first set of resistance with no problem whatsoever. That is also bullish. Well, that's a little more complicated. How do I show a dip? I mean, that's kind of what trading is, right? Is guessing where is it finding the support to push up higher, where is it finding the resistance? But like, and if it's a trend day, the hardest thing about trend days where it trends really hard all day is because you often don't get pullbacks. A lot of times the only way to enter a trade on a trend day like this is like you just go long. You just get in the trade and just wait and let the market push higher. And then you just put your stops 2 ticks below, the previous letter. So right now you put your stop 2 ticks below the A. When the C period prints, you put it 2 ticks below the B, and so on and so forth. Or the other idea is you buy the dips and you sell the rallies. So like every time it pulls back a little bit, like as it was just grinding down lower there, you buy it. Now it just pushed higher, boom, you sell it. You wait for the next time it pulls back down, you buy it. And then when it gets its little push higher, boom, you sell it. Like you just keep buying those dips, selling those rallies, buy those dips, sell those rallies all day long, rinse and repeat. And you just crank out money. So it's up to you how you want to trade it. Get in a trade, stay with it, monitor it as it goes longer, or, buy the dip, sell the rally, buy the dip, sell the rally as it works its way higher. But first, we got to get through this one last node of resistance here. All right, I guess there's one more node up here, but got to get through this big node of resistance right here. As far as if it's low volume or high, it's just normal volume. We do have these little low volume nodes that we're leaving behind, but that's very common on a trend day. But all in all, this is very good, healthy push. This looks to me like the market is ready to try to get to new all-time highs. It had its chance to go lower. It couldn't do it. We're right back to where we were a couple days ago. So where else should the market go? But up. Oh, yeah, look at the NQ. The NQ looks rotational. Yeah, so the NQ is rotational AF. Wow. Look at that. The overnight range rotated inside yesterday's range, whereas our overnight range pushed higher. And just look at the volume this morning. Where was all the volume yesterday? Where was all the volume this morning? Literally precisely the same place. Very, very interesting. So what does that mean, Charles? Great. So the volume's at the same place. Why do we care? Well, it means that the ES is ready to go higher this morning. We know that because we got the gap. We know that because when we got the gap, we kept going higher, but the NQ is not. The NQ needs to spend some more time in this area. And it needs to do some more balancing. So when it gets up to the overnight high, you can look for a breakout there. So when the NQ gets up here to 14,742 to the overnight high, if it can push above there, pull back down and find support there, you look for a breakout. Otherwise, assume this thing just needs to continue to rotate. That is interesting. While it might not be great news for the NQ, I like the idea of breaking up big tech. I personally find monopolies to be a bad thing, but to each their own. Okay, so this is very bullish. We got up into this resistance and we barely had to pull back at all. We didn't even have to pull back down to support. We just built new support at these higher prices to poke right through this resistance. So this all looks very bullish to me. No, to answer your question, I do not have a alert room. I don't do trading signals. I don't share my trades. I have just learned from bitter experience that it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't. It might help people make money for however long they're following, but it doesn't help them learn to trade, which is what I'd really like to do. I like to help people build the skill for themselves. So I'm here to help you learn to understand reading the market and figuring out what the market is doing. But how you trade it, that is up to you. Donkey, if I had a safe word, you'd know what it is. Yeah, Jamie, you're old school. Keeping it gangster. Yeah, I mean, at that point, I stopped showing my trade just because it was harder for me to trade and show them live. But even the idea of talking about my trades afterward, I just find it's like it doesn't help people. Everybody's trying to learn to be me. And that's not what I'm trying to teach. Don't be me. You're different than me. Be you. Trade what works for you. And that concept really bothers people. They do not like that. Oh boy, Archelion. That's an old one. That's an oldie but goodie. All right. Well, the advancers versus decliners are still pegged up there at higher prices. We're still keeping the ticks completely above the zero line there. So in my mind, any dip here is buyable. Side worker. Yeah, we got some resistance at 60 in the likes. Got to push through that resistance in the next 15 minutes to get to that sweet, sweet 75 take profit order. The market really should have this hard of a time pushing through this resistance because it is a balancing area that's previously established. Lots of traders are looking over at those candlesticks and they're seeing the highs. And so they're going to be going short here. So the bulls have to give it a really big push to break through. But then once they do, they should squeeze those traders and we'll be up there at that all-time high in no time. Yep, it's still doing it on the NQ. Well, you're one-time framing higher. That's a good sign. It's the first bullish signal there. But yeah, you got to get above that overnight high. Otherwise, you're just going to rotate around. Well, why do you think that, Charles? Let me expand out the overnight and we'll see. Yes, sir. So the overnight tried to push lower, couldn't get it. Tried to push higher, couldn't get it. So it was just rotating. And so now you will need to also play that game of trying to push higher. If you can't get it, come down, try to push lower, and just rotate around within this overnight range until you either break out above the high or the low. Okay, back to the ES. Still got strong resistance at 60 for the likes. Are there 16 brave souls, 16 heroes in the chat who have not yet pushed that thumbs up and are willing to make the sacrifice? They're willing to subject themselves to the pain and torture of pushing a button to get free insights for the rest of the day. $10, 12 likes. Stay tuned. Oh, I hate you, Donkey. I hate everything about you. Yet you're my favorite. Okay, so now that we kind of broke through that node, this should act as support on the pullbacks from here on out. It is 75. 75 is the goal. 10 more to go. Need 10 likes in 9 minutes. Market's trying to break out to new all-time highs. Cindy Matt with the thumbs up. Thank you, bro. I'm going to count that as 2 thumbs up because you gave me $2. So I'm gonna say that we now have 67 likes. Yeah, at this point, I don't really think it's up to the bulls anymore to push the market higher. Now it's up to the shorts to get squeezed, right? There's lots of people that were looking at these highs and they were trying to short them. That's what this big node of volume is. So now we got to squeeze these people out. That's the next push. All right, Mizu. Have a good one, brother. Oh, that's true, Donkey. I'm just talking about the new ones. This volume right here. Dave, that's true. You really got to look at it depending on what your time frame is. Shorts have been getting squeezed since COVID, since that V-shaped recovery. Arthur, if you look in the comment box at the very bottom, there's a little smiley face and a little dollar symbol. The smiley face lets you buy little stickers to post in the chat, which are fun, just for fun. And then you can also just donate money, which is also fun. It's a great question, Donkey. I haven't looked it up. Specifically, how much from the chat? I think all of it. But I will look that up. That's a great question. $69 likes. Oh, now we're up to 70. Yeah, it's like the revenue from the ads and stuff like that. I get 55%. They get 45%. Um, but I don't know about the chat. That's the one I would have to look up. But truly, that doesn't bother me at all. Having to give half the ad revenue to YouTube, they brought me the audience. It's the algorithm that brings you guys to me. So it's hard to hate on YouTube. It's helping me out tremendously. Okay, well, the fact that the shorts aren't getting squeezed here means they're probably got their stops up here above the all-time high. So we'll get that push when we get up there. And the bulls will just have to grind their way up. Just starting to poke below that zero line, and the ticks are trending down. So if that trend continues and we start to push below that zero line, look for a pullback. Um, is the all-time high a poor high? No, it is not. It is a good high. But the M period high just below it is weak, but which just slightly increases the odds of going up there and touching it. But I would say the fact that it's an all-time high is a much stronger magnet to pull price. Oh, well, that's a bit disappointing. donkey, but that's cool. All right, guys. Well, we got 72 likes on the books. I told Cine Matt I'd give him 2 likes for his $2. So we're at 74 likes. That's good enough for me. We'll stick it out. Don't say I'm not a team player. Hey, Jacob. Welcome, my friend. There you go, Cine Matt. The chat owes you, brother. All right. Well, printing the C period has left some single prints behind here in the B period. Those are likely to need to get backfilled. If they do somehow, whoa, Normal, $20. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Anyway, the backfill is likely, but if the market can't pull back in here, so if it tries to pull back and then it finds support in this node of volume and it's not able to backfill this, that is actually even more bullish for double distribution. Okay. So essentially, I wouldn't try to short the pullback because you may not get very far. But if you do pull back and then you find support, it's a good long trade for continuation higher. Speedboat. Good to see you, brother. Welcome. No joke, Normal. I love your sticker. It makes me feel good. I appreciate you. Well, don't thank me for those gains. You did that. You did the work. Okay, so I'm just noticing that downtrend in the ticks continues, and we are pushing below that zero line. So the market probably really needs to try to backfill these single prints. So it's way too early to assume this is what's going to happen, but just to present you with an alternative idea of what could happen today. If the market pulls back down and backfills these single prints, okay, to get to the 43.42 level, and then it keeps going, which it very well could because there's not a lot of volume in this area, it could create the cessation of one time framing, okay, meaning the market is going to go rotational. And if you add that to the fact that we just looked, well, we didn't quite look above. Yeah, we did. That we just looked above that balancing area, that could become another look above and fail, right? And so that would mean the market is likely to trade to the opposite end of balance, back down to fill that gap. Okay, I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think we have a trending day higher here and that we're going to head up and make new all-time highs. But I'm just presenting it. I always keep my mind open to the possibility of the market doing something else. So I am open to that, and if it were to happen, that's how I would know, by getting the cessation of one time framing. Okay, so after some serious grinding, we've pushed our ticks back above that zero line. Still downtrending, though. Would like to see them get above this previous high here. Otherwise, it is a sign that the buyers are not stepping in. And if the buyers don't step in at a new high up here to push us through, then we'll pull back, right? So we really need those buyers to step in now. We'd like to see those ticks get a push. John, so should I look for longs, you think? I was too scared to use a sacrifice account strategy this morning. Not sure what sacrifice account strategy is. Should you go long now? Oh, you trade the Q anyway. Well, of course, the time to go long would have been in the node of volume, where the POC currently is. But now I would wait for some support on the breakout. I'd wait for it to pull back down to the overnight high, which is at like 14,742. Wait for it to pull back down to there and then start to put in some volume, and then you go long with it. All right, Shubaho making some predictions here for some highs, 65, 67, or 88. Where are you getting those? Are those fibs? Measured moves? Where are you getting those? Share with the class. Okay, so the market continues to one time frame higher. That is bullish. With the caveat that the ticks are pulling back. So this is less new money buying and more shorts getting squeezed up here. We'd really like to see the buyers step in and push us back above that zero line. Fair enough. Oh man, yeah, the NQ popped. So much for looking for support. Okay, well, NQ also one time framing higher. Now above that overnight and above yesterday. So at this point on a pullback, look for support around probably this node of volume right here, 14,747. Otherwise, the trend is intact. NQ's got a long way to go to get to its all-time highs. Yes, sir. Donkey, I see that. D period prints. You go long inside this node of volume with your stop just below that C period low. You're long the one time framing. It's a great trade. Yeah, Robert. The problem is because we're about to print that D period in like right now as I'm talking, is that if the market comes back down to backfill these single prints, that gives us the cessation of one time framing. The combination of that and the look above the balancing area and the pullback below, which is a look above and fail, to me, would indicate not that the market's just going to bounce around here, but that it needs to sell back down to fill the gap. So to me, it would be much better if the market continues to trend higher and we just leave those single prints behind. Okay, also pulling the POC up here is a sign of acceptance of the higher prices. That is bullish. Ah, you're a bear. Well, then, yeah, man. Definitely fill those single prints. Correct. Yeah. If those single prints stay behind, it's a double distribution. Naif. Uh, Feel free to elaborate in the Discord. Donkey, he's talking about whistling, you know? That's what he's talking about. That's it. It's family friendly. Yeah, man. NQ is breaking out. Broke on through to the other side. Broke on through. All right. Well, we're back above the zero line on the ticks, and we're about to break that sort of downtrend. So that is bullish. Buyers are finally getting enticed here. So Rad's question is the current tick, would I consider that a break of the trend or is it too early? Um, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit too early. It hasn't officially kind of broken it, but in my mind, it's going to. Ticks are really tricky. Like, they don't always work out perfectly the way you want. But the general idea is we could see we were running out of buyers. There's less and less buyers willing to participate. And now that's kind of changed, right? They're ready to step in. So whilst technically we didn't break the high, it still feels a little bullish here. Okay, we've got a little poor high here in the D period. Oftentimes the market pushes away from a poor high. So in this case, a pullback, and then it comes back to repair it. If it doesn't do that, if it doesn't require any kind of push away, it's often bullish that it will continue higher. Okay, we need just one more tick of excess to the upside. All right, well, there's the poor high repaired, and the trend remains intact. Next target is that all-time high to the upside. Okay, also it's worth noting they keep pulling the value area higher as they pull price higher. That is also bullish. Well, I still don't feel like the shorts have really been squeezed yet in this market. We aren't having any of those like Shubaho just mentioned the knife through butter. I guess we had one in the NQ in that little pop, but we haven't had one of those in the ES yet. So I think the shorts are still piling on here. Probably get that knife through butter moment a little bit higher above the all-time high. Design Knob, how are you short the NQ right now, brother? Don't tell me that. You're one time framing higher. Why are you fighting one time framing? Bro. On the Q? You're fighting the deer with the guns? my friend. Yeah, Jay, I'm referring to the shorts that entered the market today. Yeah, man. Well, if you're going for a 7 point scalp, you got to keep your stop at like 3. You must always have a stop. Yep, advancers versus decliners still pegged. This is a buy every dip scenario. Okay, so we got low volume right here in this random node around 53, 52. Um, so if the market does push higher, it will probably need to come back down and backfill this a little bit. But we're so close to that new all-time high, I bet you that's the first thing they do. All right, new all-time highs. Pew, 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 pew. Okay, good excess on that high. So now the market is set up to pull back in here and build some support in this little thin section of volume there. Yeah, Brian, I don't know. I mean, we're not going to spend a couple hours sitting right at the all-time highs. We're either going to continue the trend higher. We'll need to pull back a little bit here and bring in some volume. But we're either going to continue the trend higher, or since we've got good excess on the high, we may pull back down and just rotate from here. Okay, so let's wait and see. Does the trend continue, or do we get the cessation of one time framing? We're about to print the E period here in a minute. So if that E period high stays above the D period, the E period low stays above the D period low, we'll assume that trend is going to continue. As always, on a breakout from a previous high, we want to start to see these pink candles building in here. It's a sign that buyers are stepping in at the higher level. Also worth noting here that we also left these single prints behind in the D period. Those are likely to need to backfill at some point here. Okay, poor high in the E period. So remember, we often get a push away from the poor high before we go back to repair it. So it makes sense for us to push back down and backfill a little bit of this. Normal, I'm not really a checklist kind of guy. If you haven't picked up on that yet, I'm not a specific anything kind of guy. I'm a go with the flow, figure it out, as it happens kind of guy. So I would say, all the nuances and things that I've picked up is just from spending time, just from every day watching it happen over and over again. You just start to notice things. Glad to hear it, Arthur. You are the big winner today. And now that you're up so much, you can comfortably sit and just wait for that cessation of one time framing and just hope that this trend keeps pushing us higher and higher. Donkey. I fucking love this. I'm tweeting this. This is perfect. He nailed it right on the head. Checklist for a trend day: buy, hold, sell when cessation happens. It is so simple, but it's so hard to do. Okay, we got our pink candles over here showing the buyers stepping in. Now it looks like we're going to try to repair that poor high. And the trend remains intact. It's a bull market, you know. Real talk, though, Design Knob, like jokes aside, genuinely, truly, seriously, please work on the habit of not fighting one time framing. It is hard to do, I know, because often when you get days like this, it seems like the market has to pull back, and you keep waiting and waiting for it, but you're missing the easier trade. Your scalps would be so much easier if they were to the long side in the direction of the trend instead of trying to fight it. I know your brain is telling you it's smarter to fight it, but just ignore your brain and trust the data that the trend is your friend. Nav Trader, I'm so happy to hear it, brother. Keep it up. It's a process. It just takes time. You just keep working at it every day, and you just get a little bit better each day. Yeah, Jitten, that's the t-shirt. The trend is your friend. Arthur, cessation is when one of the lows, so each of these TPOs, each of these letters right here represents the 30-minute time period. So when one of these lows gets 2 ticks below the previous, that is the cessation of one time framing. So here in the E period, the market would have to trade down to 43, 45, 75. It would then be 2 ticks below the D period low. That would be the cessation. So as long as we keep having higher lows, we will keep having higher lows. Now we're getting some tempo. Now we're getting some panic selling and some FOMO buying. Jitten seeing 43.70 as a potential target to the upside. That seems like a pretty big push from here. Yeah, that would be a pretty big move. That'd be almost doubling the range it's already made. So that might be a little high for today. Am Gossel. If it's UAM, it must be a fib. 43.67. So I like that. Arthur likes 43.72. All right, well, if they can keep trending, maybe they can get there. Knife butter. That should be our term for short squeezes from now on. They're going to knife butter it. It's worth mentioning while the trend is still intact and we are pushing higher, we're starting to do it on thin volume. Okay. And we've got these single prints that are left behind in the D period. So if these ticks start to push back down below the 0 line, we might need a little pullback here. So just keep a tight leash on your longs, but definitely stay in them. The trend is still intact. I mean, no, Donkey. ES value is way higher today. It's overlapping to higher from a couple days ago, but from yesterday, it's way higher. So again, I'll just take us back to the open of the day today. Oh boy, that really zoomed out. What was the very first thing I talked about? What was the first thing that came out of my mouth the moment I opened my chart this morning? And I looked at this and I thought, what's going on with this market? What's this market doing? What's it trying to do? The very first thing I noticed was that balancing area, right? And I said, when we looked above and failed, we went to the opposite end. When we look below and fail, what are we probably going to do? Go to the opposite end, right? These balance rules, they're tricky to draw. You have to guess. There's just no way to know where exactly is the balance area. You know, what's the high? It's tricky. It's hard. But once you grasp it and you can do it, it is a powerful tool. Those balancing areas, I mean, just over and over again, the market just balances between them. So that to me is probably the leading reason for this morning, was that we tried to go lower and failed. So now we got to try to go higher. Let's see what happens. Okay, ticks on the NYSE starting to really trend down, higher lows here. They're still staying above the zero line though. Jitten, what do the internals say? It's tricky. I mean, the top two over here, the slower internals are saying trend higher, and the lower internals, the two faster ones that give me quicker signals, they're saying we're still trending higher, but that it's probably coming to an end. Correct, design knob. It's not that you're an idiot. That's the thing. Like that, those emotional things where like you want to short a trend higher, that doesn't make you an idiot. It's what everybody wants. Like everybody feels that way. That's why you never get the pullback. It's like because everyone's waiting for the pullback, everybody's so sure it's going to happen. That's why the day keeps trending higher. So you're not an idiot. It's just, it's normal. So you just first recognize, okay, I did the normal thing, what everybody does. Now let me not do that next time. Yeah, design knob. What you're talking about for me, that was this concept of, rotational or trending, right? Like I figured out that I must first decide before I enter a trade, what is the market doing? Is the market trending or is it rotating? Okay. And just that one simple thing of saying, I'm bullish on the market. I think the market is trending higher. From that point on, once I put a green thing down here on the lower part of the screen, like that's not just for you guys. That's for me as well. That is how I tell myself I do not go short. I can take all the trades in the world as long as they're long trades. That's what a green bar at the bottom means. So that way I never fight that trend because that will just get you every time. Design up. Nah, bro, it's kind of the opposite. Good night's sleep, healthy breakfast, cup of coffee. That's what you need. Can I change my bar to red? Uh, I absolutely will. I'll change it to gray just as soon as we get that cessation. Well, Dave, that's great. Great insight, and I think you've got a good point there. Although I wouldn't take that into account when it comes to day trading. Odds are if you knew that this morning, so did the pros. They already are aware of that, and they still push the price higher. So, I would say it's likely priced in, at least for the moment, for today. All right. Well, I'm actually happy that we're backfilling these single prints now because we are about to print the next TPO, and trying to backfill them with that will give us that cessation of one time framing, which would be an end to the trend. Okay. Yeah, shorts are trying to bring you down, but it's also people taking profits. So once again, once that F period prints in a minute, we're looking to see if the low of the F period can hold above the low of the E period. If not, that will likely lead the market to go rotational. Pug Pack, thank you for the share in the Discord. The Fed finds inflation is more lasting, but likely still temporary. There's a word salad for you. How can we say a thing without actually saying a thing? More lasting, but likely still temporary. Beautiful. Okay, so that one time framing is still holding here in the F period. So far, the trend remains intact. They're trending higher on the ticks. They're above the zero line. So they're set up for another push higher. Yeah, Donkey, thank you for that share. I'm going to go ahead and pop that one up in the chat here. That is a Pirate Charles approved video. I love the part where they're like, vaccines? No, money printer. Oh, Nick, how'd you listen to me ream out design knob and then go and do it yourself, brother? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's later in the day. Clearly, the trend is slowing down. The momentum is slowing down. But you still got that advanced versus decliners pegged. And I'm telling you, I cannot tell you the number of times where I've seen this thing stay pegged all day and the market just keeps trending. It will blow your mind. Um, so if you're short here, it's okay, but just be prepared for the trend to continue. What will you do if we push back up to the E period high and then we break out and go further? Do you have a stop? Where do you exit? Um, just don't let yourself get caught here, because until we get that cessation, the market can just keep going and going and going. Looks like the NQ might be ready to roll over, though. Okay, but it's still one time framing, so you don't fight that. Does that make sense, guys? Am I making sense, or do I sound crazy? Like, if you go short right here, right now, you're fighting the trend. Okay? But if you wait until you get 2 ticks below the E period low and you go short right here, you've got huge probability in your favor, like enormous probability in your favor, that you're heading back down to the POC down here. So if the trade is to down here, okay, why on earth would you go short here with huge risk and not just wait and go short here with much less risk? Right? The reward is a tiny bit different. You only get a little more money for getting in short here than you do for getting in short here. But you take a massive risk, as was taught by the people that went short here and here and here and here. Like all day, people have been getting eaten alive trying to short this, but you have to go short here? You can't just wait for this? This is how I think about markets. Not about the emotions that I'm feeling or how badly I want to do the thing, but what is the probability of choosing to do it now rather than waiting for the better signal? I'm so sorry to attack you, Nick. I fully support your trade. It might be profitable. This is just one of those little things that drives me crazy. Okay, so for those of you that fought the one time framing here, you're going to want to keep an eye on these ticks and see if this trend up can continue. If we do get a big red tick that comes down here and breaks the trend to the downside, that could be the end of the move. Could give us enough of a pullback to get that cessation. You don't necessarily have far to go on the ES. You do on the NQ. But once you get the cessation, if we get it here in the F period, you've only got down to the POC here at 43.46 as a target. And the market could find support in there because you got that nice little node of volume. So something to keep in mind. Keep a close eye on those ticks. That'll be the first signal. Will be that tick breaking to the downside. All right, yeah, the trend in both indices remains intact. Just keeping an eye on those ticks. Can they keep pushing higher? What, Apico, like you're watching me? Every breath I take, every step I make, you people are watching me. Or is it me singing to the market? Am I saying, little market, every step you take, every breath you make, I'm watching you. Ah. Okay, can our pegged advance reverse decliners stay up here or do they start to drift down as well? That's another sign that the move might be coming to an end. My pleasure, Jonathan. All right, Malcolm. Oh, there you go. You got the cessation of one time framing. And now the market is rotational. Haven't quite broke that trend in the ticks yet, but you'll do it in a second here. Okay, so now that the market is rotational, what do we expect? Well, the first order of business will be backfilling these single prints left behind here in the D period. So the market will likely need to push down there and fill that in. Then it'll work its way towards the POC. There's a lot of support in here. Okay, this acted as resistance early in the morning. We broke through, and then it acted as support. So likely this will act as support again. So the market will get down to its POC, and then that's like the starting point of a new two-way auction. Is it going to push higher again, or is it going to push lower this time? Okay, I think it'll find support and push higher, but let's wait and see. If it pushes to the downside, the next order of business is filling the B period single prints. So getting down to this 43, 42 level. You could look for support right around there. Okay. For a rotation back up to the POC. And then to the upside, once you get the value area is a little tricky because it's so large today, but once you get up into this node that we're currently in right here, around 53, you could look for resistance in that for push back to the POC. Let's look at the NQ and see if it's gone rotational yet. Not quite. So this is one of those scenarios where we talk about why you don't look at one market to trade the other. This morning, the ES was screaming trend higher, while the NQ was screaming rotation. Now the NQ is screaming trend higher, while the ES is screaming rotation. Okay. No, the POC is not that far down. It's at 43.46 right here. All right, well, we just pulled the POC higher as we printed the G period up here. That is bullish. Only slightly, but it's a little bit bullish. Still think we need to backfill these single prints, but now instead of shorting, I'll be looking to go long once we find support, probably in this node of volume here. So one question that I get all the time on the channel is the cessation of one time framing ever wrong? Does the market ever pull back, get that cessation, and then continue to trend higher? And the answer is yes, it does happen, but it is very, very rare. It is not common at all. So what would it look like when it did? Well, this is a day where it could happen, right? The NQ is continuing to one time frame higher. So the trend and the momentum is still intact there. You've got the pegged advancers versus decliners. Okay, like I said, as long as this stays stuck on a line like this, the market will keep pushing higher. Okay, and then you've got the really strong breath. So of all the times where the cessation of one time framing could be wrong, this is it, right? Also, the fact that when we had that cessation of one time framing, we were trying to backfill these single prints and we failed to do that as well. That's another signal that maybe the market wasn't as weak as it seemed right there. So I could be wrong, but I'm saying all of that to say this. I am not going long this market. I am still waiting for it to push higher, find resistance, and then short, even though this could be a day where I'm wrong and it continues to trend. And that's purely because the probability is still in the favor of rotation. Okay, and I'm guessing that just from tempo and volume. It just doesn't feel like there's still the same exuberance in this market here as there was this morning in this market here. Okay. Well, what do you mean, Charles? Literally look at the volume. Look at how many big red candles there are down here, and these are mostly pink. We got a few red ones, but not like this. So there was much more excitement, momentum, a lot more trading taking place down here. This area doesn't feel as strong. So we may get one more push with the laggards, but I don't think they're going to take it very far. So just getting extra confusing for you here this morning. It's also worth noting that the taper at the high is terrible. Exactly, melting up. Just slowly grinding our way higher. Yeah, Jitten. If it keeps pulling the PLC up, it's a trend day. Even if it's a slow, grindy one, it's still trending. I love it, Jonathan. Yeah, me too, Donkey. This feels safe. Got to stop above the E period high. Looks like the market might need to get up there to repair that bad taper. But once they get above value, the odds they pull back down to that POC get better and better. I don't know, Donkey. It's hard to predict a poor high before it happens. That would be quite a crystal ball ability. You're right, though. Man, the last few weeks, every high has become poor. Isildur, I don't understand your question. NQ closes 14,862 to consider short ES one odd. I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Yep, still a triple distribution day till the D period gets filled. Or sorry, a double distribution or triple. Yeah, triple distribution day. And then we would also need to backfill the B period single prints to have a single profile for today. Not sure if we'll get down there, although I'm almost certain we're going to get down here. But we'll have to see what happens with this node of volume, if it can act as support for the rotation back up to the POC once we get down there. If not, the backfill of those single prints should bring in the support. All right, I just stepped away for a second, came back to find the POC higher, and I also just took profits on my short because my short was back to the POC, and now it moved on up. That is another sign of a trend, right? The trend keeps pulling that fairest price to do business higher and higher. Let's check if the NQ has had its cessation yet. Nope, still trending higher. Yeah, I mean, Jay, it's not a wow situation. It's what it's supposed to do. On a trend day, this is exactly what you should see. Every time period, well, not necessarily each and every time period, but the market is moving higher. So A period, it was down here, was the POC. B period, it was here. C, it didn't move. D, it was here. It didn't move in E and F. G, it got pulled up to here, and now we're higher. So that's just what you expect to see when the market is trending higher. Slowly bringing that fairest price up with it. So like I said, they're set up here to head back up to those highs and put in some better taper. But I still think they're going to rotate right back down once they do. Ah, I see, Jay. Well, yes, then each one of these should be a very scary jump. Wait, you're short the puts? Did you sell the puts or did you buy puts? Because if you sold puts, you should want the fairest price to be going higher. Ah, okay, so that wow is an exciting wow. It's like, wow, look at me, I'm making money. Well, that's nice, Jay. It's nice when you can salvage a trade like that. That's something that Shadow Trader is so good at. Any trade that goes against him, he just trades his way out of it. It's incredible. Okay, well, I'm going to assume that's the cessation in the NQ. Yes, sir. The NQ is rotational. So now both markets are rotational. Both markets have pulled their POC up higher. So now we're going to be looking for support to the downside. You could potentially get it at the base of the single prints here in the D period on the ES. If not, in this node of volume down here. And if none of that holds, the base of the B period single print should act as support for a rotation back to the POC. Okay. D Green, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Means a lot. Tell your friends. Share it with the world. Post it in a Facebook group. But no, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I think one donkey might be all the channel can take. No, I'd love that. Send me more donkeys. Oh boy, Sanju, they made you watch a 5.5 minute ad. Well, I appreciate you taking the time, brother. Donica, are you looking for a Head and Shoulders? Chris, you are a warrior. Thank you. A 5 minute ad about glue. It must have been exciting. Well, listen, guys, you know I appreciate you. Sitting through those ads is a small price to pay to support the pirate. Okay, printing that new 15-minute candle here on the SPX just yanked the moving average up higher. That is just one more sign of acceptance of these new higher prices. So all day long, the market's been trending and it's been giving us signals that it's accepted these higher prices. So that is all very bullish. Yeah, I mean, putting in all this volume right here, just at the previous high, I mean, this is gorgeous. This is buyers stepping in at higher prices. So all this looks really good. Well, Charles, what do you mean by it all looks really good? Well, I just mean if there's any kind of pullback here to repair some of these single prints, that it will likely be a buyable dip for sure. They'll come right down, find some support, and rotate right back up there. Yeah, it's Jonathan. That's a funny perspective. I never thought about that. Yeah, the ads you're getting are what YouTube thinks you need or you like. So, Sanju, you must be in need of a healthcare app. And Chris, you've got some things you need to hold together. Okay? Google knows. All right, guys. Well, as always, once a day goes rotational and the price starts to push its way up above the value area, I'm looking for opportunities to go short for a rotation back to the POC. But I do so with the caution of knowing that the market could break out to the upside. So, looking at that today, of course, my natural instinct is to start looking for some resistance in here. But then when I pop over to the internals, I'm reminded of the strength in the underlying market, right? The advancers versus decliners are still pegged. We've stayed completely above the zero line all day. Look at that. All day stayed above the zero line on the NASDAQ. And we've only had a couple little pokes below that had any substantial time spent down there on the ES. And of course, the breadth is just straight up 8 to 1. Okay? So if I know that when a market is rotating, there's always potential for an upside breakout, and I'm seeing these good internals, it tells me that the odds of the breakout are higher than normal on a rotational day, right? So the long and the short of it is, I'm not going to look for a short. I'm going to be open to whatever the market presents to me. To get long, though, what I would need to see is I would need to see the market get above the E period high and then pull back down and put in some volume up here. Okay? That'll get me long. If any scenario where that doesn't happen would get me short for the rotation back to the POC. Okay? So if it tries to get up here to the E period high and it can't, that's a short to the POC. If it gets above, pulls back down, and then it doesn't bring in volume, that is a short to the POC. Ooh, Biden about to speak on executive order. Anybody want to make any guesses beforehand? My guess, infrastructure? Or something to do with COVID, maybe? Oh, okay. Well, then you can cheat, Donkey, and tell me what it says. Oh, guns. Yeah, that won't affect the market. Well, I hate to say it, but I kind of like everything he just said. you know, you can look at it as a good thing or a bad thing, but I do believe that capitalism works better. It functions better with competition. And when these companies become monopolies, it's the consumer that ends up paying the price. We're the ones that get less quality goods for more money. Whereas if the businesses have to compete for us, well, then we get the best quality goods at the lowest possible price. So I like it. I don't know what the executive order will do, but if it has any effect, I think that'll, in the long run, it might hurt temporarily, but in the long run, I think it'll make the economy healthier. Call me crazy. Yeah, and I mean, Donkey, what you're talking about how basically presidents just use executive orders like they're, passing laws, that's another thing that will be improved with competition, right? More competition in the market, it means there's going to be more competition for the people who oh man, I'm having such a brain fart right now. What are they called? The people who lobbyists. What is the name for the people who lobby? Jesus. So there'll be more lobbyists, right? Competing to convince senators to do what they think. So senators will have more freedom to make decisions. I mean, it's all better. Competition is a good thing. And if the senators aren't locked into pleasing the same five companies, they can actually vote for stuff. And then laws can actually be written. And then the world can, or, the country can work the way it's supposed to. The problem across the boards, in my opinion, with America right now is there's just too much wealth and too much power in too few hands. You're right, Donkey. You're talking about like a much larger cycle. That is how it works. Obviously, the market's having no reaction to that news, probably because they released it early this morning. Sounds cool, Chris. I'd check it out. Okay, week J high and J low. Sweet, Chris. Thank you for sharing the link. So once again, what I'm looking at here in the market is, I mean, at this point, it's kind of hard to take a trade one way or another. The market's just moving so slow. And this range is getting so tight. So you presume it's getting ready to break out one way or another. But I'm just not sure yet which it'll be. Obviously leaning more to the long side. The ticks were just getting tighter, but now we've broken to the upside, so the trend is up. We're pulling that 20 moving average. Each new candle we print, we're pulling it closer and closer. Another sign of acceptance. So I do think a break will be to the upside. I just don't know how much upside potential there will be once we get up there. So just got to sit on my hands and wait for more information. Yeah, so if you guys don't understand the concepts of weak references, a weak reference is a reference that happens inside the profile, so inside the day's range. If one TPO, if one of these letters is within a single tick of any of the other letters, again, just from that day, that is weak. So the J period low is weak because it's one tick from the F period high, and the J period high is weak because it's at the same level as the G period high. Okay, same thing down here. The G and H periods are weak because they're the same as the E period. As far as like what do weak references mean, they're not that potent of a signal. It's just something to kind of be aware of. One weak reference really means nothing. It's not that big of a deal. But when you start stacking up more 2, 3, 4 weak references, you substantially increase the odds that the market needs to come back and repair at least the first of the weak references. So for example, because we already have this G and H low, there's a little higher probability that the market will come down and repair it. But as soon as we printed this weak J low, because there are now 3, we increase the odds that at least this one will be repaired. Okay? And it's the same thing with poor highs and poor lows in terms of reading it. If they're one tick from a previous reference, then they're poor. But the difference between poor references and weak references is once you create a weak reference, it doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't mean the market's going to do anything as a result of creating it. But when you create a poor high, it often causes the market to push away from that poor high. And also, the other thing about poor references as opposed to weak references is you almost always repair poor references. It's very, very common to repair the poor reference, whereas the weak references you can leave behind no problem. So that's kind of what separates the two. Obviously, I keep pointing at this high. This is not a poor high. I don't know why I keep pointing at it as I talk about poor highs. But this is a great high, good excess. Okay, well, once again, as they started to push higher, they brought the value area up with it. So that is further acceptance of higher prices. So I would not say it's shortable yet. Okay, so there's a poor high in the J period. For those wanting to know what that looks like, the J period is one tick from the E period, and it's the high of the day, so it's poor. We often get a push away from a poor high and then come back to repair it. So if the market creates the poor high and then immediately pushes right through, that is more bullish. And the pullback and repair is just neutral. Okay, so the J period tried to push through that poor high, but it's acting as resistance. K period's giving it a go. So having this hard of a time pushing through that poor high increases the odds that once it gets above there, creates a little bit of excess, it'll probably pull right back down. Okay, the high remains poor. Got to get 2 ticks of excess above it to repair it. Also watching the ticks for the break of that uptrend. The big red tick that breaks to the downside. The first one on the NQ to poke below. Oh, nope, pulled right back up. It was like fake out, Charles. Look at this, 83 contracts, 90 contracts holding it down. Okay, there we go. Good excess to the upside. We got a good high. Yeah, Brian, I too don't see this as shortable right here. Just not yet. It hasn't quite found resistance yet. It's still doing that slow melt up. But then I would see it shortable only down to the POC. Like you, I agree that if the market needed a crazy sell off, they've had their chance. They had a liquidation break here, a liquidation break here, a massive sell off, and every single time they bought it right back up. So why on earth do they need to do it again? you know? So my thought process is any kind of pullback that we get into the market here when we get back to that balancing area high, somewhere around this area, it'll find support. It may dip down in there a little bit, but it'll find support. And then we'll start the next leg of excess to the upside. So yeah, I think any short would just be down to the POC. I wouldn't be going much further than that. I tell you, people get trade ideas from the strangest places. I'm just kidding. They're talking about temperature highs. Come on, guys. That was a solid joke. All right. Well, here you go. A little bit of FOMO, a little bit of short squeeze. Most people were calling for 64 to 65 earlier today, if I remember correctly, as a potential upside target. We could slow melt right up to it. Yeah, Brian. I was actually looking at those. Apparently, they have like terrible volume, but one does suspect, what with global warming, that the day will come where water futures will be a great market to trade. Yeah, I mean, water infrastructure is an excellent investment idea for the long term. And it's one of those ideas that, like, it'll just slowly kind of grind higher over the years, and then something will happen one day. There'll be, a massive weather event or something will happen. And then out of nowhere, it'll just shoot up like a rocket. And everybody will think you're a genius. Yeah, there you go, Knob. Buy you a few shares of PHO. Just leave them sitting in your portfolio. And then, like 10 years from now, when something happens and they shoot up, you can post it on Twitter and be like, look how smart I am. Yeah, the ETF is not the same as the futures. The futures is like trading for the actual water. The ETF is just like the shares of the companies that are the infrastructure system, but it's the same concept, obviously. Oh, Mudra, beautiful. Can't believe I missed it. Oh, I hate missing a good pun. Well played. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Brian. Donkey shocks me how quickly he can look things up and respond with like memes, and it's his speed is something to be recognized. Okay, so printing the L period, we're leaving behind those single prints from the K period. Being that it's the third set of single prints, that's a little bit higher probability they get backfilled. Very rarely do you have a quadruple distribution day. We have had some over the last few weeks, but they're just not very common. So odds favor the L period pulling down here and repairing those single prints. Jesus, what kind of nerd are you, Trader Donkey? That in college you were like, it sounds like a good course. Soil, water, and war. Yes, please. News blip. What up, dude? Okay, so L period creating another poor high. Poor high number 3 for the day here. Increasing the odds that when it pushes away, it'll backfill these single prints. News blip. You missed an excellent joke there. You went with the sky. You should have gone with my P&L. All right, guys. Well, I'm sure this is going to shock you to hear, but we left behind some single prints there in the K period, and we're now starting to bring in volume at these higher prices, starting to get those pink candles. So that means this trend is not done, my friends. It is one more push higher. Although, as I say that, what just caught my eye, this level with only 743 contracts, which is literally one tick below the base of those single prints. It's a high probability the market will have to come back down and put in some volume there. At some point. Trading donkey. Yeah, but you'd be wrong because the market did go rotational here. It just broke out of that rotation, but it was rotational. I mean, if let's say we were in 2 tick increments, would you have stayed in a long trade through all of this? I wouldn't have. Hey, Slade. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, you got to get up early to catch me now, or fork out a giant $10 a month. All right. Well, they repaired the poor high, and the internals kind of remain the same. So if they keep bringing in volume up here, expect another push. For those of you that are new to the channel, if the one lesson I would love for you to walk away today with is the advancers versus decliners. When this thing gets pegged like this, it is a very potent signal that you can buy the dips and sell the rallies. Okay, so keep an eye out for that in the future. When you see that, it's pretty reliable piece of data. Mackie Max, I'm on the light version. All right, well, we got good excess on the high, and the ticks are starting to trend down here. Are starting to push down, I should say. So look for the backfill of these single prints in the K period. Yeah, it just means it's like stuck. It can't go down. So yeah, it tries to push down all day long, and it just gets stuck in one spot. Pretty much just a straight line. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's a pretty reliable signal. I mean, a very reliable signal. I'm not sure what your question is here, Mackie Max. Can you rephrase it? Only 3 product? All right, Arthur. Well, this weekend the beer's on you, my friend. Oh, only 3 session templates. Yeah, I don't remember anymore. I thought there was more than that when I first got it. Um, yeah, I think the one I started with was like blue on blue or something like that. But there's a bunch of more templates. If you reach out to the company, just email them. They can probably send you whatever you want. Are you asking? Oh, I see what you're asking. So over here, can I have? Oh, yeah, yeah. You can have as many tabs open as you want. You can have 50 things open. The only problem is the way that the software loads the data. When you first turn it on, it loads like all the data at once. So it's like I used to have more of these things lined up here, but then it's like when you go to open up the chart in the morning, it literally takes like 15 minutes for the thing to load. It's crazy. So I keep it really limited, just to make it a little faster for my computer. But yeah, you can have as many tabs and have as many different markets open as you want. Yeah, so the difference is I don't know what you would call these little things here, but this is like this represents each like profile. So watch, they get highlighted as I cover them up. So like this top one, that's just the one I use for the day, right? This one's all the other days, regular trading hours. And then this one down here is the overnights. But yeah, you're limited to only 3 of these. But you can have as many different charts open as you want. Oh no, I just messed up my arrow. All right, guys. Well, if anybody's got a guess for where the market's going to close today at the end of the M period, hit it in the chat. Let's see what we think. My guess is a pull back down into the range. My guess is we pull back down into here around the POC. if not at the very least up here around this basis single prints. Let's wait and see what happens. $60 would cause you the most pain. Makes sense. Okay, a little push higher to 65. Bunch of people have been pointing out that level today. Brian seeing us close at 75. Arcaleon sees us closing up there at 65. Yeah, it's a great question, Nav Trader. Yeah, that is buyers stepping in to try to push us a little further up. But the thing that's tricky about the M period is that last 10 minutes, that murder bot that kicks in, because that generally squeezes the market. Like whatever the most participants think won't happen, that's what happens. So my assumption is that if people are, bullish enough on the market today to create this massive push higher, continually bring in volume higher and higher and higher, that they are also going to assume in the, traders will do what works until it doesn't scenario. Like they'll assume it's going to keep pushing higher. And so the maximum pain squeeze would be to pull back down. But it really is a random guess. I never know what the murder bot's going to do. Okay. If I open up the Discord and there's not real feet pics, if it's like a duck, I'm going to be so disappointed. It's real. Well, enjoy that one, donkey, just for you. Thank you for sharing it. Very cool. The sound of bones crunching. The smell of sweat and fear in the air. Man, look at that 20 moving average on the NASDAQ. It pulled right up to price. Hmm. Okay. So the NQ today creating a little bit of a P shape here. P shape being a sign that it's more short covering and less new money buying. But I really like this. The only thing I don't like about it is all the single prints, right? All this weakness that we've left behind beneath us here. But otherwise, this looks like a pretty strong push higher. You've now got, you're like building up this node of volume a little bit higher than this node here, which took you to the all-time highs. So that looks good, but it's not quite as bullish as the ES, just because of that P shape. Back to the ES. All right, Nick, we'll see you next week, brother. Yeah, Slade, we were just talking about it. Pretty awesome, in my opinion. Donkey, ask and you might receive. Be careful. I'm sure somewhere out there there's a print on demand banana hammock company. Okay, exactly the same as yesterday. The M period leaves a weak high. Oh, welcome to the party. Yesterday 101. Good to have you. So same exact as yesterday. You got a good high in terms of excess, but then you got a weak M period high right underneath it. So don't let them tell you patterns never repeat themselves. Why is ES more bullish than NQ? I cannot tell you, my friend. I don't do the why, I do the what. I can tell you that it is, but I can't tell you why. Oh, yeah, design knob. I hear that growling. I hear that scratching and clawing. I can feel a subtle tremble in the ground. The hairs on the back of my neck are beginning to tingle. Could it be the murder bot? All right, Pavel, good to see you, man. Wait, you could tell the size of the talons from the noise? What's interesting is how the ticks have such a hard time getting negative today. There are buyers on those underlying assets. It's not just the futures, they're buying up the shares. Two minutes to Murderbot. 2 minutes to Murderbot. Actually, that's a good idea. And then like at the moment that 1250 strikes, the whole screen gets like a splash of blood. It's like animated. It's like 3, 2, 1, and then the whole screen gets covered with blood and it slowly drips down, and then we see what the murder bot is doing. I think we're onto something here. Yeah, like GoldenEye. But cheesier, much cheesier. Yeah, Bull Bear, we don't do the spreadsheet when we're live on the public YouTube just because it's too many people. Oh, there's the murder bot. Cue the murder bot. Do do do. Yep, it's pushing up today. Let's take these people. Let's get them all FOMOing in right here at the last minute, and then we suck it back down. Then we take their money. Okay, good taper on that high. No, Arthur, I think it was a good call to sell it. You don't want to hold into the murder bot. This sucker can dance around, and then in the last 10 seconds of the day, pull right back down here. I've seen it happen so many times. So better you put those profits in your pocket and call it a good day. Oh, PC, don't count the murder bot out just yet. It's only been 2 minutes. He's got 8 more minutes to slice and dice, to gnarl and scratch and claw, and to take your money. Murder bot. Yeah. Is it going to be a murder bot or is it going to be a murder not? I have not, Jonathan. So far, my account is up to $30 as of yesterday. But you got to get 100 before they send you the money. But after today, because I got 21 in the chat, I'll probably be doing all right. Give me another week. I'll get me a paycheck. Gold-plated rolls. Thank you. That's the plan. Make $1 million, make a movie, live happily ever after. Oh my God, Jonathan, thank you for the excellent business idea. But that type of stream would have to be one of the hypey ones. It would have to be like, how to make $10,000 in one day in the NQ with these hot babes. Yeah, everybody always asks that. I don't know. I got dozens of scripts I've worked on over the years. Are there really girls that do trade signals and stuff on OnlyFans? I don't know why I'm saying it with a surprised voice. Of course there is. I'm sure there's a girl who's naked on OnlyFans that'll teach you how to change your transmission in your truck. Like, I bet you they're all on there. Hot tub streamer? I don't know. I don't know if computers and hot tubs go together well, but it's an idea. Listen, Jitten, I just like a good business idea. That's all. I just get excited about opportunities. Nothing to do with any of the other stuff. I sure hope not. Donkey. All right, well, we almost backfilled those single prints. I cannot believe this one level with only 700 contracts hasn't traded yet. That really needs to backfill. All right, well, with 1 minute left for this murder bot, I don't think we're going anywhere. So, same as has been the new norm in the market here the last few weeks, we had a very strong push higher on lots of weak references. So we left behind 3 sets of single prints, 3 weak references, and we closed at 43.60.25. Wunderbar. Left a gap below us too. All right, guys. Today was a fun day. I'm happy I stayed on the tube. Look forward to seeing you all here Monday morning. Have a great weekend, everyone. Bye-bye.